great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care, because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before, when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far, they cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So a lot of customers say you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affects the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customers will come in. But for now, it really affects our job. A lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access. That they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before, and now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis, so it's very, very good, guys.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
The reports also show that petroleum availability in its retail stations nationwide was at 54% in the period, while upstream pipeline availability stood at 97% in that same period. Moving on. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has revealed that democracy in Nigeria has risen from the ashes since 1999's return to civil rule. Tinubu revealed this in his address to the National Assembly on Thursday to commemorate June 12th Democracy Day. The president commended the National Assembly for its resilience, noting that it is fitting for him to come to National Assembly, though he must not agree always with what they say. Still on, security operatives on Thursday, Monday barricaded the main gate of the National Assembly complex in Abuja to prevent protesters from accessing the venue. The protest, organized by Take It Back movement and other civil society groups, was part of nationwide demonstrations marking June 12, Nigeria's Democracy Day. According to reports, the organizers have moved their protest to National Assembly, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is expected to address a joint session of National Assembly as part of Democracy Day celebrations. The national coordinator of the Take Back movement, Juwon Sanya-Olu, however, revealed that the decision to converge at the National Assembly did not change the focus of the protest. To end the local news, the organized private sector OPS and oil marketers have called for immediate privatization of Port Harcourt and Warri refineries, facilities following botched repairs as both plants gulped about $2.4 billion, returning to dormancy within 6 months of operation. According to reports, the regulatory agency of the midstream and downstream arms of the oil sector revealed that privatization of these plants would only happen if approved by the Federal Executive Council. The agency, however, lamented that the officials of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources have stayed mute on the latest call by the OPS. On to the foreign scene. There are reports of at least one survivor so far from the Air India plane crash. The Indian news agency, citing local news and of course in line with the police, says that the passenger appeared to have been seated on the seat of 11A and is currently receiving treatment in a hospital. In the command of the aircraft was Captain Sumit Sobwahal, and experienced with 8,200 flying hours under his belt. Reports revealed that also joined with him was co-pilot First Officer Cliff Kunda, who had 1,100 hours under his belt also. Moving on, oil prices have urged lower than Thursday after U.S. President Donald Trump complained about recent crude oil gains that has affected the market. Brent oil futures were down by 0.5% at $6.943 per barrel, as U.S. West Texas immediately moved to say crude oil fell to 0.3% to $67.97 a barrel. Trump expressed frustration on Thursday that oil prices have risen amid supply concerns from potential conflict in the Middle East. Other reports on Wednesday showed that the U.S. decided to move personnel out of the Middle East, a benchmark which surged more than 4% to the highest since April this year. Now to sports. Tottenham have appointed Thomas Frank as the new head coach. The Dane has signed a contract until 2028, leaving Brentford after 7 years in charge to succeed Ange Postecoglou. Spurs sacked the Australian despite winning the Europa League to end the club's 17-year trophy drought. Frank will be joined from Brentford by assistant coach Justin Corain, who will be head of performance, with Andres Judson arriving from Manchester United as an assistant coach. To end the news, Kevin De Bruyne has completed his move to Napoli after Belgian midfielder left Manchester City and to end the Premier League season. De Bruyne will link up with former Chelsea and Tottenham manager Antonio Conte, who is head coach of the Italian champions. While moving to Italy on Friday, and of course on a free transfer, De Bruyne rejected an offer from Major League Soccer club, the Chicago Fire. Napoli announced the signing of 33-year-old with a computer-generated image of De Bruyne sitting on a throne with a crown on his head. Quite interesting, I must say. All right. That does it this morning for BDTV Breakfast News. I am Onyeka Valentine. Up next, newspaper review. Don't go away. We'll be right back. BDTV News.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo,
I, Olusegun Obasanjo,
do solemnly swear
that
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiments, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, we will dive into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral malpractices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
President Muhammadu Buhari on June 6, 2018 declared that Nigeria's Democracy Day will now be celebrated on June 12th rather than May 29th. The goal of this action was to commemorate Chief MKO Abiola and everyone who lost their lives in the struggle for civilian government return. This announcement came 25 years after the nation held an election that was lauded by both democratic, domestic, and international observers as the fairest and most freest. But what has the journey yielded? 1. Increased political space that give room for political parties, open civil spaces, greater freedom of expression, and the right to question government policies. 2. Improved electoral processes. 3. Separation of powers. The three arms of government theoretically provide checks and balances, offering a different dynamic from military regime. And job creation.
the pains. Number 1, corruption. 2, widespread of insecurity plagued the nation. 3, poverty and unemployment. 4, ethno-religious conflicts. 5, weak institutions and rule of law. 6, electoral malpractices. And 7, disconnected governance.
I just want to emphasize that for all the shared strategic interests between Nigeria and the United States of America, President Clinton and myself share a common view that is based on human welfare, human development, and human well-being in both our countries, our continents, and throughout the world.
All of us in the American delegation know that after so many years of despair and plunder, your journey has not been easy. But we are also committed to working with the people of Nigeria to help build stronger institutions, improve education, fight disease, crime, and corruption, ease the burden of debt, and promote trade and investment in a way that brings more of the benefits of prosperity to people who have embraced democracy.
Over the years, Nigeria's democracy has been significantly influenced by international actors. Where they promote liberal democracy, the Western nations, particularly the US, actively promote democratic governance in Nigeria through various strategies, including funding civil society organizations, supporting electoral bodies, provide significant aid for governance, security, and development. However, many Nigerians, both home and abroad, have argued that this Western style of democracy has oversimplified the complex realities and can lead to instability when not adapted to Nigerian context, with concerns about dominance and the imposition of external will. So beyond the political rhetoric and academic debates, what do ordinary Nigerians on the street truly think about the gift of democracy?
Gbogbo ohun tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá. Fẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí a bá ti ní good leader wàhálà ni o. Àwa yìí sìn àwa ti dàgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ wa, àwọn youth yẹn gangan là ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún kí ìjọba yìí, ìjọba Tinubu tó wà ńbẹ̀ yìí kó síjú àánú wò wá. Ebi pọ̀. Ebi táwọn yìí ti pọ̀ jù because tẹ́ ẹ bá ra rice 1,000 naira kò lè bẹ̀lẹ̀ fún kí ẹ tiẹ̀ lè yó ẹ ní mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹun. So káwá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán nílé ìwé èló la fẹ́ máa fún wọn lọ èló gan làwa gan rí èdè. So kí wọ́n jọ torí tọ́lọ́run kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ wọ́n help àwa mẹ̀kúnnù kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Every Lagos State taxi driver and cab operator vote for Abiola by that time, and I know that the election is go peacefully. After they are not the election, there's a serious riot. Since that time, we don't enjoy this Nigeria because agbára wa ò dé òkè, àwa ò dé lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe wá ń sìn agbára wa ò dọ́dọ̀ president, so kò dọ́dọ̀ chairman local government. But ìbò ló tún ń bọ̀ yìí sìn wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká dìbò fáwọn kí àwọn náà ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n rántí pé mẹ̀kúnnù ló ń dìbò so tá a bá wá dìbò yẹn tán tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé tán wọ́n ò rántí wa mọ́.
In another time, everything was also good. So when they went there now we want to know what Jonathan has done. If Jonathan can if Jonathan is okay, when Buhari come, they say Buhari is bad. Buhari has gone again now. Some people are saying Tinubu is so that's how the system of democracy in Nigeria is. But I prefer the democracy, civil government and military rule.
Democracy have not, for me, has not favored me. Because since the day from the beginning of since I would grow up, I have not see anything significant they do for us. They always fight for their pockets. All they do is just themselves. And if they promise you I will do this when I get there, when I get there, no, when I get there it's just about themselves. From councillor to president, they are all the same. There's nothing different among them. They are just fighting for their pockets.
So well, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the question, a Trojan horse or not, remains unanswered. The gift of democracy has brought freedoms, but also exposed deep-seated challenges of governance, corruption, and inequality that still lingers on. But again, it is a journey still unfolding, demanding constant vigilance, accountability, and renewed commitment from both leaders and citizens to truly unlock its potential and ensure it serves the many, not just the few. So, the power and indeed the burden of shaping Nigeria's democratic future lies with all of us. Would you say that democracy has favored you, or would you have preferred military regime? Onyeka Valentine is my name, bdtv. Until next time, let's enjoy where we are.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far, they cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affects the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customers will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. A lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àpò tí fẹ́ kẹ́ bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tọkàn constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí wọ́n fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State because kí wọ́n máa jí jáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè dẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. àwọn méjèèjì mú tó mu ọkàn ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó rẹ̀ bá wà kàn ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọlé tó má ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Ìwé Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ wọn láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug. Ní sùjú báyìí ẹ ṣe o.
Two years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores that are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not imported now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially this local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did highlight for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,2 or 2,4. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what I am.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review. I hope you enjoyed that package that we played for you, just so you get to hear how far so far, which that documentary was titled on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership so far. All right, let us see what's happening in the newspapers. We have the Business Day, most definitely, like you know, right here, our sister company. We also do have Punch, and then we have something for you from the Vanguard. And of course, the cartoon of the day. So let us go straight up and see what we have. It says on the Business Day, it says big talents, broken system, the industry behind Afrobeats. Right? It says big talent, broken system, the industry behind Afrobeats. Right? He also says here that Coastal Road investment losses seen as FG plans land revocation. Coastal Road investment losses seen as FG planned land revocation. All right, up to the FX, it says induced cost knocks off airlines fuel price again. Induced cost, FX induced cost knocks off airlines fuel price again. Then the Punch here also says knocks and kudos as Tinubu honors June 12th heroes. It says knocks and kudos as Tinubu honors June 12th heroes. And the Vanguard, you also will see that I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria, says Tinubu. It says I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria, says Tinubu. All right, so let us jump into the details of the paper. I'm going to start with Business Day here. Okay. Big talent, broken system. The industry behind Afrobeat. Says Nigeria's music industry, right? This is where it gets interesting. It's a global powerhouse, right? That Afrobeat drives billions of streams worldwide with artists like Burna Boy, Wizkid, okay, Rema, and Davido selling out international concerts. In other words, seats are sold out and money is coming in. But again, there is something you're not seeing in the story. It's telling you that, look, that there is a hidden secret there. There are other things that they go through that they might not bring to the light. And again, as much as it brings in a lot of revenue, the question is, the pains and gains. Maybe someday we'll do a documentary on that. All right, so it says big talent, broken system, the industry behind Afrobeat, right there on the Business Day news. It goes on to say somewhere beneath the on the left side of the paper, says Coastal Road investment losses seen on FG's planned land revocation. Just when we thought that those who have gone through a lot haven't lost their property and businesses to give way for the Coastal Road, just when we thought we have seen enough, more are yet to come. It says more investors may lose their assets along Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. Along that corridor, they might lose a lot of investment coming soon. And so the question is, are Nigerians ready for that? Would we recover? And even if we do, what about international investors? More on that paper. Right here it says, FX induced cost knocks of airlines fuel prices. I already took that one already. You can find that on page 30 of the Business Day. Most definitely, you can find the story of the Coastal Road investment losses seen on FJ's planned land revocation. You can also see that one on page 30. And of course, the big talent, broken system, the industry behind Afrobeat. Point more light on Burna Boy, Wizkid, Rema, David, and how they've been selling out internationally and raking in those big hard-earned cash in foreign currency. You can see that one on page 31, most definitely. Let's move straight to the Vanguard, where it says, I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria. Says Tinubu, That's our president. The CNC commander-in-chief says, I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria, President Tinubu says. He says, it is in order to see opposition in disarray, reels out achievements in 2 years. Tinubu has transformed, of course, and put Nigeria on the map, says Akpabio here. But again, let's go back to that topic. He says, I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria. In the midst of amid a lot of complaints and issues around the country, within the country, of course, you get to hear a lot of people complaining that things are not looking the way they want them to look, and that the opposition parties are having issues with the ruling party. And of course, we've heard a lot of actors and those who are playing a lot of roles within politics, rain different issues and complaining. But again, as their complaint geared towards thinking as alleged that we run a one-party system, Tinubu has come to clear the air saying, I don't view one-party state as good for Nigeria. So for those of you who think that is a one-party state because APC is the ruling party, think again. All right, so that is in the vanguard, most definitely. And we also see that new roads are being commissioned. And so the question is, as new roads are being commissioned, are we putting aside what is happening, or rather what happened in the Mokwa community where people died? Isn't that important to also look into? Do we move ahead with saying more roads should be commissioned? Or are we also going to look into the lives and property that have been lost thanks to flood? You decide. On to the next paper. We have Punch here. It says, Knox kudos as Tinubu honors June 12th heroes. It says, Knox kudos as Tinubu honors June 12th heroes. You can find that one on the second page in the Punch. All right. It says, Shoyinka, 58 others honored. Sarowiwa, Ogoni, 8 pardoned. Right, as critics move ahead. All right, against other areas that have been omitted. You can see that one on the front page of the Punch, like I did say. On the top here, it says, Democracy Day fireworks, Tinubu opposition trade blows. On page 2, you can see that one too. Yes, on page 10, you see protesters, APC supporters hold parallel rallies in Lagos and Abuja. It just, it begs the question. You see that they were wondering if, or they were worried if the opposition party or parties might stage some form of protest, putting them under the bus. So they already had their own rally. Who knows? Politics is quite an interesting thing, isn't it so? But like they say, that in the game of politics, no permanent friend and no permanent enemy. Only permanent interest. Okay, before we go, I hope you all got the juicy news and stories in the papers. Let's jump straight to our cartoon of the day. More importantly, sometimes with all these things, a bit of smile on our face. You find the funny side, maybe through sarcasm or irony. All right? So let's see. Cartoon of the day, it says, this is where, again, this is more or less on the sober note, but it has some story there. You can see a woman on the bike as a passenger, right? She has someone else on the bike too who is more or less riding the bike, and he has a red cap. All that signifies something. On the left side, you see a graveyard, okay, and of course you can see crows and vultures on the by the graveyard there. And then the saying what the lady there is saying, it says, look, that this is where they buried my husband and brother killed by murderous headsmen this year. And the writer replies saying that it looks abandoned, hoping that they will renovate it and they will name it after the president. Wow. Is this, does this point fingers towards all the areas that have been renovated and been named after the president? After the president, the question is, let's be hopeful that those who have passed on will be remembered one way or the other. All right, so that's the cartoon of the day. Would we smile watching this, or would we? It just goes to make you see that we should focus on other things that are also important. All right, so that does it for today, this afternoon, or rather this morning, so you get to see more. My name is Benjamin Valentine. I hope you picked up one or two. Coming up next, big story. Don't go away. This is BDTV News. Right back.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria and boom, I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started. Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985 as a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily. It's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know, and I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather, they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. I keep an energy collector.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said, you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic. And I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, mostly figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable wealth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are many 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akima and Liberty were showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Coronation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with masters like the Ewoyo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art. It's a mode of expression. So whether it is freeing up from whatever it is that it's talking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing, creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that? I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single, exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time, feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does. But there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. And so there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, we're able to always create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership can play into play. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly we show contemporary African art because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the beautiful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through that ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what we've developed.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with arts, anything creative, I'm really, really open because I think it inspires me somewhat. And I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art. And I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. Now, I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanor, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really, really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the arts, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's really, really, it's a great, great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. I'm looking into your future and looking at what kind of impact you want to have. What do you want to be remembered for even when you're not here, basically. So that's what legacy is all about. And I'm gonna tie that directly to this particular art right there. You can see that it's a young boy, sort of looking into his future, trying to figure, okay, do I have a future? And if I do, what does that look like? So for me, this particular art depicts the entirety of this house. Then, people are talented. There's a lot of creativity in the world. Looking at this art, it's amazing how people can, put their thoughts down on a canvas. So I'm just going to go over with the fact that there's a lot of creativity. I'm going to speak from the artist's POV. I think it's really good for them. It gives the visibility that, they otherwise would maybe have had. So it helps people to see their work. It helps them showcase their work. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the artists, and it was just lovely to, understand his thought process where he's drawing on the canvas. So I think it helps with the visibility from the artist's point of view. So yeah.
It is very meaningful because most of the artists presented here are very good cream of the crop artists from Nigeria. And so to see a beautiful collection like this, assembled from work of Nigerian artists, is fantastic. I'm connected to a lot of the pieces. It's like asking your favorite child. Not all of them speak to me. I like this one because of the massive nature, and this was done by my friend, Professor Pejula Iwola. She teaches now in the University of Iowa in United States. She used to be in University of Lagos. I think it's growing, especially around Lagos and Abuja, and it's growing to the upper parts of Nigeria. But it's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. Collecting with purpose means collecting with direction. I support the work of artists because they mean something to me. Two things have to come together. I don't collect because of the prizes or anything. It has to speak to me first. And because I'm a Nigerian, naturally, I want to collect Nigerian art. For the company that sponsored this coronation, I hope that they get good business, because events like this are very important. And so I hope Coronation Securities, Bank, whatever, I hope we get good business from this. Well, you know, art, especially narrative art, documents the process of nation building. And so you could tie them together. As art evolves, the nation evolves. And you have a catalog, a compendium of the developments.
Coronation has made a name not only in finance, but also in fostering cultural engagement. Since its inception in 2022, the gallery has hosted landmark exhibitions, including one in 2023, spotlighting female collectors. As the evening drew to a close, guests were encouraged not only to engage with the art, but to reflect on the deeper narrative behind the collections, one rooted in the timeless African values of care, memory, and the pursuit of impact. With each exhibition, Coronation Art Gallery continues to position itself as a platform that transcends aesthetics, serving as a melting point for art, capital, and culture. Elizabeth Musa reporting for Business Day Television. Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that parity incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data. It is analysis. It is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes. It's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
how do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand when they're able to like fine tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever. People will be able to cue into it because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could from some person from I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up, always lawyer up, and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the Morning Market Brief. Today is Friday, June 13, and I'm David Olujimi. Nigerian exchange was closed yesterday as the country celebrated Democracy Day. However, we are going to be getting reports from early morning trading data as well as reports from the foreign equities market from yesterday. We start off with a significant attack on Iran by the Israeli government, which happened very early this morning. That incident has dominated all of the trading data for this morning and may dominate all of trading for today. It's going to be shaping how the equities market is going to play out as details are still emerging, but early reports confirmed that high-profile targets were hit, including the head of the Iranian army, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command. That is going to lead to severe escalation of tensions in the already volatile Middle East. On the back of that development, oil prices have jumped sharply in early trading. We are seeing the Brent crude trading at $73 per barrel, its highest level in nearly 2 months. This market reaction is underscoring fears of a broader regional conflict that could disrupt global oil supply routes. The surge in oil hasn't translated to confidence in the US stock futures. We are also seeing the S&P 500 futures down by 1.41%, pointing to a likely pullback when markets open later today. If you look at the equities market from yesterday, we saw positive movement in the US index. Yesterday we saw the US equities close at 0.24%. That's Dow Jones index out 42,967. Then the S&P 500 also was still inching closer and closer to its all-time high with 6,045 points, indicating a 0.38% gain. The Nasdaq Composite Index up by 0.33% to close at 19,662. Basically, there's been bullish optimism. There's been a lot of optimism around US stocks from yesterday. But now when you look at early morning trading data from Asia, you've been seeing that the mood in Israel, the mood in Iran has been affecting significantly the mood in the Asian market. The Nikkei 225 at early morning trade showed it was a decline 1.17%, closing at 37,727. Even as the South Korea Kospi dropped by 1.08% to 2,888.52, and in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng Index also fell. Basically, the equities markets are on a decline, especially after the action of yesterday. When you look at trading data when you look at early morning trading data, we've been seeing that there may not be so much of optimism on the part of investors, especially with regards to the fact that we're going to be seeing volatility in oil supply routes. So one of the significant oil supply routes is where is known as the Strait of Hormuz, that is in between Israel and Iran. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of tensions escalate in that place today. Now, one thing we're going to be looking out for today is trading data as the NGX opens today. Emerging markets are probably going to be seeing quite a bit of action as investors start to pull back funds into commodities as well as emerging market stocks. And that's all we can take on the morning market brief for this morning. Have a lovely morning.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told BusinessDay that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, is true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their care. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot, because I think some people came back, they sold some food and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday, and it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot, lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
Thank you so much.
A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son ba mu da wurin zama nan muke kwana mu hura wuta mu zauna nan ba mu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain, no. We just saw woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, my people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost families, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my bike there. My brother lost his bike there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings, were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance, no food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. The person that said that, if there is the chairman of the local government who said that, he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't stay here. He is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So it should be removed. We pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger state government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods but also for food security in the region.
Good morning and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss the critical issues that are germane to society. Today, we'll be focusing on the extension of the Lagos Blue Line rail to the Okoko-Maiko from Mile 2 by the Lagos State Government. That's the plan, and we want to discuss that issue and see how that will affect individuals and citizens or residents of the Lagos-Badagry Expressway who live along that axis. So that will be the focus of our discussion today. And my name is Joshua Bassi, your regular host, and as usual, I have with me Mr. Chuka Uroko, Assistant Editor of BusinessDay, and of course, Mr. Odinaka Anudu, the Deputy Editor of BusinessDay. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. You know, the Blue Line Rail system, you recall, was commissioned by former President Muhammad Buhari in February 2003. But of course, operation did not commence. Commercial operation did not commence until September of that same year by the Lagos State Government. But since the commencement of that, operation or commercial operation of the Blue Line Rail, I mean, so much has been said about it. It has brought so much, happiness to people around Mile 2, around Relay, around, Coca, who have been using it to, shuttle between Mile 2 and Mile 2 and Marina on Lagos Island. On Sunday, Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide, Sanwo-Olu, announced that the state will be extending the service to Okoko-Maiko from Mile 2, which is the second phase, of that project. And everybody's just looking forward to it. And okay, so today we feel we should discuss that and see how that will impact the residents of that part of Lagos State. Perhaps I should start with you, Mr. Uroko. So what are your expectations from the extension of this project to Okoko-Maiko?
Well, thank you so much for that question. The first phase of that blue rail line, in my estimation, has been a huge success. Yeah. And that is why the state government is thinking of extending it to the end, because it was planned to run from Marina to Okoko-Maiko, making up 27 kilometers. Yes. So far, they have done 13. That's from Marina to Mile 2. And this one particularly has been of immense help to Lagosians. Patronage is huge, and people enjoy traveling by that rail. Yes. And the only thing that people complain about, which is not so loud, is the fact that it's more expensive than they expected. Because if you look at the fare from Mile 2 to Marina, they charge as much as 750 naira. And if you move by road, by bus, it costs you less than sometimes 500 naira. Sometimes, of course, it's not fixed, unlike the rail. But extending that facility to Okoko-Maiko will be another tremendous success. And because I'm familiar with that axis, I can see that Lagos State is really offbeat with preparation for that extension. Mm-hmm. That side is a huge construction site. Right now, as we are talking, they are working because they need the first phase has up to 5 stations: Marina, National Theatre, Igomu, and then Mile 2. Yeah. No, you have Alabasu and then Mile 2. So this one, I presume, may be more than 5 stations because it's longer. Yeah. you have a balance of 14 kilometers for them to finish that thing. But over
I think
time,
there's going to be a station at Masa,
and
or
then
whatever.
you
There's
have
going to be
around
Alakija.
Alakija, yes, that's why in
And then
Alakija, that's why
there
in
will be at Barracks.
Barracks, and then you have at Yanoba, and then the final Okokomaiko. So right now they're at Yanoba, and they're building very massive station there. So I believe that extending it to that place is a welcome development because it's going to help Lagos citizens, especially people living around that axis, on that axis. It's going to help them a lot. And it's going to be a win-win situation for both the Lagos state government and for the residents. Because while it is going to enhance business trips, business travels, it will also increase the state's purse by extension, because I learned that from my 2 to Marina takes less than 20 minutes. So expectedly maybe from Okokomaiko to Marina or CMS, we take maybe around 30 minutes or 20 something minutes. And rather than spending 2 hours on road driving, or even if it's 1 hour and a half to 30 minutes, we see the difference. So people will naturally patronize that.
Okay, thank you, Chuka. So, Odinaka, what do you foresee will be the economic benefits of this extending this project to Okokomaiko from Mile 2, at least for the communities along that axis, and of course even to the state governments?
Well, there are so many benefits. So you need to understand that transportation is about 1/4 of Lagos GDP, 26.4% of Lagos GDP. So when you have another means of transportation, that is rail, connecting Mile 2 to Okokomaiko, you also find that you are expanding the GDP of Lagos. And GDP is just economy. So the first thing it does is that it's going to expand Lagos economy. The second thing is that it's going to help the people. Economy is also about people's well-being. So when people are able to move easily from one place to another, it actually reduces the costs. You know, if you look at Lagos, what Lagos State loses annually to Lagos traffic is about 4 trillion. According to the Daily Institute, there was a research done by the Daily Institute of Research some years ago. They mentioned that Lagosians lose, or Lagos State as an economy loses 4 trillion every year from traffic. And that's a lot. That's about almost 11 billion every day, naira. So if you look at expanding your transport network system through rail, through the rail system, you find that it's going to reduce the traffic, and then that money you lose constantly in traffic can be turned into the economy. So you know, one thing about economics is that it takes time. So this kind of project is going to take time before you begin to see the impact on the Lagos economy. But when it comes to the people, it makes an immediate impact, because you see people from. So I also foresee that people coming from Habara, which is another state, Ogun State, might also be using that rail transport a lot. And you know, Habara is an industrial hub. Yeah. So you find that the workers, a lot of trade will also be going on between Habara or that axis to and Lagos. So I see that place is a very sometimes, and again, you know, that place, as long as I know, that place is the traffic usually clocks from that place into Lagos. So sometimes, especially during the evening, I see that reducing that hour spent on traffic. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot, and also contribute to the Lagos IGR, because you know, people are going to. In fact, it's a lot of people are enjoying it already. I enjoy mood. In fact, I'm excited about it. Let me just say that.
Okay, thank you, Odinaka. Chuka, in what way do you see this catalyzing urban development and regeneration of Okokomaiko and its surroundings?
Okokomaiko, you know, is a slum, one of the slum areas in Lagos. There's overcrowding there. That place falls under the areas we call ungoverned areas in Lagos. People just live their lives because they have to live their lives. Government doesn't bother how they do their things. The only government presence you have there is maybe police and the government revenue generators. That's the government presence.
We have LASSO there.
Well, that happened there a long time back. They have LASSO really.
As a matter of fact, it's not the government.
It's a college. These are the things that what I mean by
education.
Yes, but what I mean by ungoverned area is that the kind of policing you see at the city center, the kind of care in terms of infrastructure decay. Sometimes they excavate or scrape roads from here and bring those debris and pour on the roads over there. The beauty of that area now is because of the Lagos Badagry Expressway, which has come to stay and has actually changed a lot of things around that area. So the coming of the rail will just complement whatever gain the Lagos Badagry Expressway has made. And the first thing is that it has shortened travel time. It has saved costs, as just my colleague has said. And it is expected that that is going to actually impact on real estate in that axis.
Absolutely.
There will be more investment in real estate because the demand will jump.
Yeah.
A lot of people are already taking position because they know by the time the rail comes, it's going to help them, not just because of a movement, businesses may crop up from in different areas because patronage will be high. Anywhere you have a train station, it's always almost an economic hub. People gather around that place and businesses start to develop. So expectedly there will be improvement in property prices. There will be demand for real estate assets, especially residential, especially commercial real estate. And as he pointed out, people from these other areas, especially that Agbara, that is an industrial area, there are so many people there also who commute from that area to the city center here, burning fuel, spending money on other forms of transportation, which is not efficient because they don't lack speed. There's always gridlock around that area. So the coming of this rail will actually revolutionize a lot of things around that axis. But the people, major beneficiaries of that development are real estate developers, property owners like landlords and the rest of them. Especially tenants or renters will have their fingers to burn because they know rent will go up.
Okay, so on the flip side,
yes,
you are likely to see some form of congestion again because the people are likely to move down.
Yes, there will be congestion, and as I said before, it's an ungoverned area. Government is not going to mind how do you live your life, because in areas like all these other areas in Lagos that government caters for, once they see that kind of thing, government will always come to their rescue. There must something government will do, at least to alleviate their suffering. But over there, let me give you a typical example of one area called Alabarago.
Yeah.
Alabarago is an eyesore. It's not supposed to be part of Lagos.
That's just around LASSO.
That is once you leave LASSO, slightly is situated between LASSO area and Okokomaiko. And of course, you know that Okokomaiko, LASSO is just in Okokomaiko. Yes. But you have to leave LASSO, then you get Alabarago. That place is not supposed to be part of a city that calls itself a mega city or a city of excellence. Because this is an area where you see people living on the road, people trading on the road, people defecating on the road. There's nothing that does not happen in Alabarago. Unfortunately, government lacks the political power to come and address what severally they will threaten. We are coming to close down this, we are coming to, but once they do it, they do it in the morning, in the evening, you see everything coming back to life, and nobody will come to challenge them.
Okay, so for Odinaka, so in the light of what Chuka said, what do you think the Lagos government should take into consideration in extending the rail towards Okuko? Are there things that you think that the government should consider, either maybe environmental or in terms of just to make this something that's worthwhile,
So what the government might do, what we need to do is also to, just like Mr. Chief has pointed out, the government might need to do some level of environmental renewal around that area, because when you set up a rail system like we do it in other countries, you find out that it becomes, if you are not very careful, that place becomes a dumping ground. That's something I have discovered. I went to South Africa one day and I noticed that a rail station connected from Johannesburg, the city of Johannesburg, to some slums in South Africa. So sometimes at some point you find out that there were slums, new houses springing up around that rail. So it became a problem and even a security risk for those who were coming in. So if you set up a rail system in that particular axis, one of the things you do is to do environmental renewal. You mentioned one, which is removing most of this debris on the road. The second one is also to ensure that people have security, because when you are doing development in a city, you also understand that insecurity begins to people come in,
crop up.
A lot of people go into that axis to begin to ensure that, especially people who are going to come down from the rail station at odd hours. So people begin to look for how to take from them illegally. So the government should take care of security. It should take care of environmental renewal.
Exactly.
Ensure that because again, businesses will begin to spring up if you have a very good rail system. So it's not going to be exciting for a business to close and someone is going home. And we've seen so many things happen with the Nigeria's rail system. Stops. So development usually comes with a lot
its own challenges.
That's the point. And Lagos State should know that.
Okay, fine. That's good, but that's for government. Do you think there are things that even the residents themselves, the residents of that area, those who are going to benefit from the eventual extension of this rail system to that part of the state, that you think people who live around that area, are there things that you think they themselves can do to even facilitate this, or even also help government to achieve this?
I think what you mean by what you're saying is the residents saving themselves from themselves, helping themselves to even live their life, which the good life government is planning for them. But I want to point out something, that Lagos State government is trying in the area of environmental sanitation and the rest of them. Lagos believes in clearing maybe refuse on the road and all, but there's one area of environmental sanitation that they are ignoring, and that is destitution. There are destitutes all over the place, and government pretends as if they don't exist, or it doesn't know. Government doesn't know that those people are there. You cannot succeed completely in environmental sanitation if you don't take an aspect of destitution into consideration. Then this defecation, open defecation on the road everywhere. So the citizens really have their own part on the whole thing to play, and that is by recognizing that what is coming to them is something good, and people should not. The only thing I think government should do before all that is that if you see the experience in Marina, where you will drop at the Marina station and then you have to trek long distance back to CMS. I believe the promoters of this rail system are watching and thinking of what they should do, because that poses what Naka has said about security risk. If you arrive at the rail station in the night and you have that kind of challenge to face, trekking long distance before you get to the next where you can take your bus and continue your journey, what they are planning in my two, I think, is something very good. The interchange, where you move from one mode of transportation into the other, depending on where you are going to. I am of the opinion that if they extend that to other stations, especially the terminal station like Okokomaiko, it will work. It will help even the citizens themselves. And I think there will be a lot of sensitization so that the citizens will know that rail system is different from other modes of transportation. And they have to, that awareness have to help them conduct themselves in a way that should befit that kind of transport facility. If you go to a place like Dubai, you see they have what they call the metro. The metro is planned in such a way that you don't see anybody on the road unless you get to the train station. You won't see any human being on the road, not even other ordinary transport, unless you see some people who are using their private cars, because there's no need for you to use your own private car if you have to make a long distance, maybe from Okoko to Marina. So you don't have to drive. So unless people who are doing short shuttles between their office and their houses, people who live in a city center, you don't see people on the road. So if they can plan this in such a way that within that axis, people don't have to cluster on the road, people don't have to loiter on the road. And then government has to do something about controlling this Agberu business, Agberu business in Lagos. Yeah, because if you go to Maitu, for instance, Maitu is supposed to be somewhere somebody can go and see development. But the activities of these people, they don't allow anything good to happen in Maitu. I'm just praying that maybe when the interchange is finished, some of these things will be controlled. But as it is now, it doesn't befit an area like that where you have a major train station. Yeah. So I believe that the citizens actually have their own part to play, but government has to enable whatever they have to do. Government must enable it. That's my.
Oh, thanks, Odinaka. People, some people will express concern about job losses. Okay, I mean those who are into bus drivers, conductors. Okay, train is coming, it will extend to Kuku, so it means that a lot of people will switch patronage to train, and so there's likelihood of losing job. I don't know, but I don't know what do you see? Do you see this creating more jobs, or you see this causing people to lose their jobs? So what's your take on this? Of course, because in any case, government will employ. I mean, they will employ drivers. They will employ those who work in the train station, whatever.
Night watchmen.
So do you see it creating jobs or causing people to lose their jobs?
The problem is that development comes with its own hazards, and when you're developing a city, a mega city like Lagos, you also have to take into consideration the fact that the development you are doing will come with some threats or hazards, as well as there are upsides and downsides. However, for this particular issue, I do not see how building a rail from Maitu to Michael will stop drivers from flying the road. So if it stops you from flying that road, has it stopped you from flying from Maitu to, let's say, Second Rainbow or probably Airport Road? So the economy is so wide and big, so you can always choose where to run to. The most important thing is that we are trying to solve a problem in Lagos. The problem is Lagos is traffic jams, and the problem is Lagos is populated. That area, that axis is actually a crisis waiting to happen from Maitu to Ogogo. You should see sometimes in the evening when I used to fly that
the number of people on the road.
You see the number of roads to look like the people who are going to a war. So, and that's exactly what the Lagos State government is trying to solve. And we need to develop have a development mindset, not to refer to. Well, I don't think we should be referring to bus drivers who have several routes in Lagos to fly. So if no driver will fly that route, fine, as long as there is a functional rail system. So I do not see it. I'm trying to answer it in a more creative manner. I don't just want to say that because you don't expect the driver to be a watchman. So, but the driver has the choice to actually take other routes. That's exactly what they need to start thinking about. So, the problem is beyond an individual who is trying to ply that road and make money for himself and the family. There is a bigger issue. The bigger issue is that we are solving the problem from, I don't know how many people there, but I'm sure that there are probably up to maybe 5 to 10% of Lagos. So you can imagine the impact it will make on the people around there. Finally, you also have to understand that the Lagos state government is going to make money from it. This is a big economy. Last year, I think it was last year, we estimated that, even though I don't think it's accurate, because inflation has happened over time. So somebody mentioned, I think it was Lagos State, one agency in Lagos, about $259 billion or so, about 66 trillion. So that's a big economy. And last year, Lagos generated about how many? Say 1.3 trillion in revenue. So you can imagine how much Lagos State can generate that can be put into infrastructure development across Lagos. So that's exactly the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the Lagos revenue, the GDP, and the man who lives in Okoko, who is going to be helped by this kind of infrastructure.
I think, let me just add to what I just said. Possibility of job loss is remote. It's not something anybody can even think about because, as he pointed out, the population from that axis is massive. And that's why I think it was 2 days ago or yesterday, the governor launched an additional three,
that was on Sunday.
three trains added to the existing number. And that will not be enough. Why am I saying this? The number of vehicles leaving Abara or Badagry coming to Lagos on daily basis, if you stand by the road and take the census of such, is huge. Then this is being complemented by BRT, the bus rapid transit. Yet we see a large crowd every morning, every afternoon. There's no time you come out there and say, it's light period. It's always peak period along that axis. And government knows this. That's why they're investing heavily on that axis. Because if you think this Lagos Badagry Expressway was, the contract was awarded in 2009 by Fashola. It has survived 3 administrations, yet it's not yet completed. But if you see the speed with which they're constructing the rail line and these stations, that tells you that there's something in there for the government, because they're not investing for nothing. Taxes coming from that side, I don't think is reasonable. And like the kind of thing they get in the cities like Koi, Victoria Land, and Lekki. That's why this place is developed. Because taxes coming from here can sustain government expenditure on the area. But for that place, anything you do for them is just a kind of social work. Just doing it because these are our citizens. And when they do it halfway and leave it there. But because of the nature, because the people there are resilient, they are tough, they can exist in any environment. But you see the kind of speed with which they are doing this rail and the stations. You know, the government has seen enormous revenue coming from that axis. That is why I just believe that no matter the number of trains they put on the line there, it will not be enough to put bus drivers or bus operators or other modes of transportation out of job. They will be coexisting side by side, and everybody will be making his income.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Roko and Mr. Odinakanuru. This is where we're going to wrap up for today. It's been an interesting conversation on the extension of the Lagos Blue Line Rail to Okoko Maiko. That's the plan by the Lagos State government. It was announced on the Sunday by the State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who is seen to be serious pushing this project. They've announced by 2026 that this project will be completed, and so Lagosian will be able to look forward to a better ride, a smooth ride on train. And of course, that would be. But there's something interesting. We must also add that, of course, this is also going to reduce, carbon
emission.
Because
this will help the environment.
Then we're going to have a cleaner environment compared to what we currently have, where we have so many of these
so much carbon
emission by buses. So thank you for viewing, and we really appreciate your giving us your attention. And so we call it a wrap, and then till we come again your way. This is BDTV Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bassett. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You're tuned into the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we will be assessing the impact of democracy on Nigeria's economy. It's been 26 years of unbroken democracy in Nigeria, one of Africa's largest economies, and after the military hunters receded to their barracks in 1999. But while the country rolls out the drums every June 12 to celebrate Democracy Day and constitutional liberty that allows the citizens to freely air their views, there is, however, a debate around how much of an economic impact that democracy has made on the national economy. There are also questions about how many million Nigerians that democratic governance has aided to climb out of the poverty hole in Nigeria. Well, to discuss this, we have Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, BusinessDay's chief economist, and welcome to the show, Dr. Adeosun.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Excited to be here as always.
Absolutely. Thank you for being on the show this morning. And thank you for joining us virtually today.
My pleasure.
Right. So, since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, how would you assess its overall impact on the economy?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start by saying that government is a continuum, irrespective of the mode of government, and we cannot wish away all the years of military rule, both the gains and any negative effects of their presence. But let me say that specifically to your question now, with respect to the last 25, 26 years of democracy rule, what I would describe it as a mixed economic legacy. Mixed because there are many positives and there are also many areas that leaves that we would have loved to see significant improvement. For example, if you start with the very first administration, the Obasanjo regime, there were some quick wins. For example, you will see increase in the service sector, the telco revolution in Nigeria, that provided a lot of boost to the economy, internet, new kind of businesses, innovation, and the likes came on board. You will realize that as at 1999, approximately our GDP was about $46 billion, and right now around close to approximately 500 billion naira. We have seen the emergence of a slightly more diversified economy post the military era. I mentioned earlier telecommunications. We've also seen expansion in the banking and generally the services sector. However, some of the complaints, challenges is that this growth in GDP, this astronomical growth in GDP, may not as translated into inclusive development. Our per capital income remains relatively stagnant, especially when you adjust for population growth. We still have structural challenges. Democracy, of course, has provided some form of political stability that has attracted some investment, but we still struggle with policy consistency across administration. Even within the same political party, for example, PDP, you will realize that from Obasanjo regime to President Yar'Adua, there were some policy reversals, even within the same party. How much more, by the time we moved from PDP to APC, and of course also within the APC, we have seen certain lines of economic policies that have not been consistent from one central bank governor to the other. So sometimes new governments either abandon the immediate past policy, and just as you have paid the price for that policy, and if you have strengthened it, you could have gained, but you now start again on a new wave of reform. All right. So let me just use that as my introduction. Thank you.
Right, and then when you look at economic policies during the democratic rule that we have now, and you compare it to the military rule, how would you assess it?
So, to be frank and fair, relatively in the democratic dispensation, all the economic policies relatively have been subjected to more or less robust engagement, consultation, critique, analysis, feedback, different stakeholders. We also have the different tiers of government, National Assembly. We also have the civil societies. We have the different economic think tanks providing ideas, inputs that's shaping this economic policy. Of course, we also have will I call them the big brothers now, institutions like IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank, and so on and so forth, also trying to provide suggestions, advice on where the policy direction should go. But I will say relatively, the economic policies have been somewhat responsive to the yearnings and cries of the people or of stakeholders. The effectiveness remains to be seen. Thank you.
And then when we talk about effectiveness, like you've mentioned, let's talk about democratic institutions like the National Assembly, the Central Bank of Nigeria. What role have they really played in shaping economic development?
All right, thank you so much. You will agree with me that we've seen quite a number of bills. If you start from the most recent, or one of the most recent bills, for example, on the tax harmonization bill. For example, without the National Assembly, that would not have seen the light of the day. We've also seen in time past Public Procurement Act, okay, Fiscal Responsibility Act, and so on and so forth. So some of these bills that went through the National Assembly got feedback, when we see from public hearing, and you will see some adjustments. So when I say adjustments, it may not be exactly hook, line, and sinker the initial submission by the executive in the situation where they were the one that initiated the bill that was finally passed. Okay, so I think that we can even discuss something is a big step forward relative to the military era, where you may not necessarily be able to speak, or nobody else must respond to you, provide you with feedback, substantiation, or explanations as to why the policy is like this. Let me also quickly add here that you will see that relatively the central bank as an institution has become, to the best of my knowledge, in my opinion, more autonomous, more independent, and with slightly less interference from the executive, from the government of the day, which also shows how some of these institutions, even though we can now argue that the independence of the CBN, what does it mirror? Does it mirror the personality and approach of the central bank governor or the central bank leadership, rather than does it mirror the aspirations of Nigeria from an economic perspective? So institutional capacity remains a challenge. Sometimes you don't see the kind of rigor you expect from the National Assembly. Sometimes you don't see. Sometimes the processes too are also slow. It takes a long time for things to close out, understandably so. And sometimes you see some form of tension between the National Assembly, legislative, and other stakeholders. For example, Nigerian Governors Forum. Sometimes it can be Northern Governors Forum, Southern Governors Forum. So all these stakeholders is good. It's not a military rule. So we need to continue to engage and dialogue, but we also need to make progress and scale that progress very rapidly. Thank you.
Right. And would you say that democracy has actually influenced investment in any way, whether locally and on the foreign, in the foreign dimension?
Yes, I will say positively, especially based on available data, that investment has been improved significantly post military adventurism in Nigeria. You will remember, if I can take us a little back, under General Sani Abacha, we almost became a pariah state. But with the democracy, part of what accompanied democracy, for example, starting from President Obasanjo's regime, was the attempt at privatization, liberalization, and more private ownership. And this also unlocked waves of foreign investments, from telco to banking to oil and gas to agriculture. Then if you also look at our Nigerian Stock Exchange, you will see significant boost in terms of the all share capital index over the years. So in terms of figure, definitely both local and foreign investment has improved significantly. Sometimes the question is, at what cost? Thank you.
All right. And let's talk about, accountability. We're talking about managing public resources, budgets, and all of that. In your opinion, do you think that the democratic leadership has in any way aided more accountability? Also, let's talk about poverty as well. I mean, that's another question completely. Poverty, unemployment rates, have they actually improved, or have they worsened under this democratic rule?
So, theoretically, and based on what we see, frankly, accountability has increased. And when I say increased, relative to where we are coming from. But relative to the standard, I will say there's still a lot of improvement. Again, we have a more transparent budgetary process. We have public hearings. We have oversight mechanisms. We've also had, starting again with the President Obasanjo regime, establishments like ICPC, EFCC, and other anti-corruption agencies to try and, so to speak, demand accountability. At least people can be prosecuted, they can be investigated, and they can be taken to court. So, but it's one thing to be accountable to some extent, is another thing for corruption to be endemic. And so, sadly, to the best of our knowledge, corruption is still persistent despite the institutional frameworks and public resource management, that we need for optimal development. And let me move on to poverty. And this is where, sadly, very sadly, democracy has scored really low. It's almost appearing, based on available data, even from World Bank and other data gathering agencies, and even from the streets. If you engage with the ordinary, typical Nigerian on the street in any part of the world, the poverty rate has worsened, and over 133 million Nigerians, so to speak, about now, live in multi-dimensional poverty, if not more. So, and that begs the question, why do we seem to be having increase in GDP? Why do we seem to be having increase in government revenue, and then it's not translating to enhance citizens' welfare from a micro perspective? That may not be where the lacuna is. But not recently, again, let's take some things from President Mohamed Buhari's administration. There were several interventions trying to alleviate poverty or to provide some form of palliative, some like trader money and so on and so forth. Of course, there are many beneficiaries also, like Empower. There was also many beneficiaries. Let me also mention one or two programs from the regime of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. You will remember the UWIN program that tried to also provide grants for investment, and many of the UWIN projects are still thriving today. But the challenge is the scale and scope of this intervention to mitigate poverty. I think we need to step things up so that things don't deteriorate even further. Over to you, madam.
All right, and when we look at some of the critical sectors like agriculture, oil and gas, manufacturing, tech, and all of that, what's the effect that democracy has had on these critical sectors?
So, it also depends on how you look at it. If you look at post-military, on the average, global average, general average, we've had more investment, and to some extent, that, for example, the various state governments, in the military, most of the time, the state administrator, for example, may not typically even be a citizen of the state. So because democracy, so to speak, attempts to bring representative government closer to the people, so it means that the peculiar needs at the different sub-government areas, more attention is being paid to it, and there has been increased call and attempt by the government to also diversify Nigeria from a monolithic economy, depending largely strictly on oil, and also to widen the tax bracket so that the alternative sources of income can be. So you will see, to some extent, you see, for example, under the Mohamed Buhari administration in this democratic dispensation, you see attempts to, for example, close the border. You see attempts to place bans on importation of food items or certain food items, all aimed at self-reliance for food security for the government, even though this current administration had to, for example, open the borders back and had to lift embargo on certain food items, when there were, so to speak, artificial scarcity, and some local farmers or middlemen are trying to take advantage. So you will see that there are pockets of gains here and there, but there are multiple stakeholders in the value chain. So it's one thing for the federal government, for example, to do something. It's one thing for the people to leverage on it positively or take advantage of it negatively. We've also seen the Petroleum Industry Act, that has come into full play. Again, the local capacity to completely leverage on that remains to be seen, even though we've seen some divestment from some international oil majors, but we've also seen other oil majors, maybe from Asia and other places, trying to come into the space. We've seen more and more players in the oil and gas. We've also seen the expansion of NNPC, for example, into the retail space. Of course, we must mention the establishment of the Dangote refinery, which for the first time in a long time, we now have capacity to refine oil, and nobody can wish that away. It's visible to the blind. And that, for example, has increased our capacity, reduced pressure on our foreign exchange. The manufacturing sector, I wish I could say things have been generally better, but based on available data, and because again, the critical problem with manufacturing is largely power. Power has sadly not improved, significant chunk, and so we've seen a lot of companies either wind up and scale down production, or some that were like manufacturing before have turned to trading companies. So I would call democracy somewhat slow with respect to manufacturing, even though you can see pockets of other industries stepping in. But on the aggregate, I don't think, I think we can do a lot more better. There are initiatives that we should put in place to support cottage industries, SMEs, MSMEs, and so on and so forth. And with respect to technology, I think that's plus again, because the entry of what do we call it now, telecommunications has been part of the drivers, internet accessibility. So when you mention top 2, 3 technology up in Africa, of course, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, we have about 5 unicorns. And this has been, of course, as a result of our large population, the creativity of our citizenry, and especially our youth, and of course, the enabling environment, that has been created. So I'll give kudos to democracy with respect to technology. Of course, one of the hallmark of technology is access and ease of communication, which is something I think we are making some positive gains, and even the government. And it's part of the reasons why our GDP has been improved and enhanced. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Adeosun, we've looked at the past, we have assessed the present, but now looking ahead, what would you say are some of the economic reforms that we can, with benefit of hindsight, we can actually embark on to make Nigeria's democracy deliver better economic results for its citizens?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and it's a very important question. I think in no particular order, I will first of all say that we should consider, our industrial policy. We need to relook it. We need to reinforce it. We need to, develop a coherent industrial strategy that is focused on value creation. Very important. That is also focused on export diversification and also the regional value chains. I must say that we cannot continue to be largely dependent on importation for many things. We need to see how, and by extension, it means the electricity, power. We need to work on it to strengthen our transmission capacity and also generation capacity, so that we will be more reliant as a nation, not on generators, but on more natural sources of electricity, because it has an effect on our ability to produce, and by extension too, we must focus more on infrastructural investments. Ease of doing business. How do we haulage, for example, look at the ports. Of course, a lot of reforms are already ongoing, but how do we ensure that, for example, we utilize all the ports and not just focus on Lagos? How do we also have infrastructure, sufficient infrastructure to move haulage, goods and products, and we are, so to speak, less reliant on trailers or on the road? Of course, we must continue with the current set of economic reforms and see it to a logical conclusion, both the fiscal reforms and the monetary reforms, so that over time we'll have more strengthen the stability of the naira vis-a-vis the dollar, and also expand our tax bracket, bring more people into who are eligible to pay tax so that the economy can benefit from increased revenue. Of course, we must also mention institutional strengthening so that our organizations, our government agencies, we are not at the whims and caprices of the strength or weakness of an individual. Don't want a situation that we want strong institutions, like they say, and not strong men, so that irrespective of administration to administration, there is this master plan for Nigeria that we are pushing, and that we are synchronizing effort. And again, we need to work synergy, Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Nigeria, all the stakeholders, so that we are working in alignment to be able to draw, to be able to ensure we become stronger and better. We really can do much more based on our potentials, and we have to live up to our potentials. And talking about potentials, our education and skills development, we have to take it even more seriously. Massive infrastructural development, across aligning our education with our economic needs, so that our students, so to speak, are more, employable, better employable, and so on and so forth. Of course, expand technical and vocational training and improve higher education quality. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Adeosun, Chief Economist here at Business Day. Thank you for your insight this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have only one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far. They cannot come in from Marua. They cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to the house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. Because a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kan bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú, torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tó kàn constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí èèyàn fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State because kí èèyàn máa jí jáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. àwọn méjèèjì ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó ẹ bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtàn bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Ìwé Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ wọn láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome back to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to track some of the stories making the round across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa and I've got
Onyeka Valentine right here
in the studio today. So we begin with Democracy Day, where peaceful protests took place across major cities, especially in Lagos. In Maryland, Lagos, hundreds of citizens gathered to mark Democracy Day, not with celebration, but with chants and placards. Now, the demonstration began in the early hours of the morning on June 12th, and protesters called for better governance, security, and relief from the rising cost of living. As the crowd grew, so did the traffic. Security operatives were present, quietly observing, but there were no reports of violence or arrest. By midday, the protest had moved from Maryland to Ojota's Gani Fawehinmi Park, and in Abuja, a similar protest was held around the Apo area. Now, we're talking about, the turnout. Some will say maybe suggesting a growing sense of urgency among citizens, but I would like to know, Valentine, what are your thoughts? What do you make of this protest? Is it just something that we should expect every democracy day?
Elizabeth, if you look at it closely, you will see that there is some form of so there is what we call positive input in this. What does it signify? That Nigerians have become more mature. We are moving out of the idea of it being focused on, Abiola. We are moving further than that. We are now in a position where June 12th is no longer just seen as something to remember what happened when the election then was annulled, but as a point of contact to hold whoever, again, I didn't say this or that, whoever is in office. Let's not forget that at that time, Bola Tinubu, who was within the supporting crew of Abiola at that time, was also with the whole, no, Abiola won and everything. So fast forward now, 2025, we still see a peaceful protest every June 12th. It's to remind us that we as Nigerians can now hold anyone accountable who's in office. So that's a good sign. And to even cement that whole idea, we'll say, not just hold you accountable, right? Make you draw out reports on yourself, how far you've been, how far you've done. And to remind every other person around that, look, even if a particular party is in power as a ruling party, doesn't mean that opposition parties should be swept under the carpet. Which brings me to my next statement. On the flip side, if you look at the protest, they printed placards, well written. They printed banners, well designed. Do you know how much a banner costs right now? That's no small money. Okay, I could see bottle and water, sachet water, organized when we had some of them wore t-shirts, which means it was bankrolled. So
by whom?
Yeah, that's a good question now. So by whom? Who is bankrolling it? Is it the opposition party? Is it, definitely it's not Serap. Okay, definitely not. So whoever it is, could it also be, again, allegedly, could it also be within the ruling party saying, let's give the public something to hold on to? So every June 12th, how much you guys need? Let's put this money into this thing, right? Hold us accountable, even though we might not give you account of what we've done, but let there be some form of balance. You see, politics is a very strange thing. It could use people to achieve its goal. And as much as we know that government is of the people, for the people, and by the people, this one explains why it is by the people. But again, will it last the taste of time? Are we going to get out of this protest, right, a breakdown formula where we can now say, after June 12th, 2 months after, accountability narrows on someone who might have had some misappropriation of funds and brought out to light and sent to court from any arm of government, right? If we can get, I wouldn't say this was scapegoat, but if we can get someone who the EFCC has said, we have narrowed this person, whoever the person is stealing public funds, right? So this person is going to court thanks to other agencies doing their job, preempted by June 12th protest. So it will mean that every year the protest will have meaning.
Okay.
It will mean that every year the protest will not only hit the nail on the head, it will also create room for healthy, I won't say unhealthy, healthy panic for those who plan on stealing money. No, look, if you steal money, June 12th protest will come out, your name will be underlined there. We want accountability for this. We want this, we want that, we want that. Good governance. security, healthcare. Let there be something that will come out of each protest. So I don't know if the agenda of this year's protest, because next year is going to happen again. If, for instance, you could have said, okay, Democracy Day, as an underlying statement or phrase, they could say a major focus on healthcare. Okay, so let's investigate and know why more people, why do we have mortality rate very high? Why? What's going on? Why are people dying so quickly in the hospitals? Are doctors doing what they have to do, or are the best brains being flown abroad? And the ones left, what is the plan? The following year could be, okay, Democracy Day, we are protesting to know the money spent on the subsidy removal, where did the money go to? So there must be a narrowed, aim to say, with this protest, we want to bring to light this particular issue that's been swept under the carpet,
But you know what, let's see some of the reactions on social media, because I see you're getting really passionate. Let's see what our listeners, our audience on social media is saying. Now, Akata says, this is how it should be. I think that's someone that is also seeing things from your point of view. Hamza says, police come full everywhere, like say now war day. Let's see more reactions. Sir Peace Kid says, June 12. If democracy is not only about elections and institutions, but also seen as protection of rights, dignity, and future of the next generation, then why is it becoming so hard to be observed? And how it ought to be, prior to its meaning and core value? Omoba says, this is how police should be trained. Make sure protesters are protected against any form of intimidation. If Nigerian police have been like this for so long, everybody will want to be friends to police officers. Ireo, KB has that to say. Well, that's how people are reacting to this conversation. But let's move now to a developing dispute between a federal lawmaker and a major airline. Now, Senator Adams Oshiomhole has accused Air Peace of extorting passengers after he was reportedly denied boarding despite checking in online. Now, he claimed others were allowed on the same flight, but only after purchasing new tickets for as much as 250,000 naira. In a letter to the Minister of Aviation, Oshiomhole described the experience as widespread exploitation within the aviation sector. Air Peace has responded, strongly denying these allegations. The airline insists that the senator arrived late and caused a disruption. They are now calling for the release of airport CCTV footage to clarify what happened. Before I come to you, Valentine, to hear your thoughts, let me see what people are saying online. Of course, that's a video rolling also of some of the disruption that occurred, maybe in the airport, authorities, that you can see passengers in line and people that were probably agitated about it, because I mean, imagine having to delay a flight because a lawmaker or someone in government who was supposed to, I mean, you might as well have picked up a private jet or just your own private sort of transportation from point A to point B, instead of just making things. But it's okay to do that. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. Charles says, but the flight should have waited for him now. After all, he's a senator. You can't treat him like an ordinary citizen. I don't know if that person is being serious or being sarcastic. But let's see more reactions. Great Oracle says, the indecent and unruly conduct of Oshiomhole is criminalized by Section 85 of the Civil Aviation Act of 2022. Oshiomhole should be arrested, arraigned, and jailed for breaching the law. No citizen should be more important than other citizens. And that person had to, mention Festus Keyamo in the conversation to take action. More reactions. Juba says, will this change anything? Well, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's happened already. Me says, Tingomi, some of these handles on social media. Tingomi_fire says, as a lawmaker, there is absolutely no justification for his unruly conduct of disrupting flight operations. Ordinarily, he should be in a holding cell waiting to appear before a judge, as senators have no immunity against prosecution. The security should get a query for allowing him. I think that's as much reactions as you can take. Maybe take your reaction, because I know you have a lot to say about this one.
Okay, now let us lay this fact on the table. When I said I was going to make a case for him, I meant to say that on the flip side, so I look at it from both angles, because there's always a backstory to this thing.
Okay.
First and foremost, those in glass houses should not throw stones. Let's not forget. Now, this is me being on the fence.
So who is in glass houses now?
Somebody.
Okay.
Now, I will now come back to the part where what I want to say, the next part will obviously kind of favor him. But let's start with the one that, people have been ranting over social media, saying that he broke the law. Now, again, he says, not knowing what the law is not an excuse, most definitely. But for someone like him who is a seasoned politician, someone like him who is a major stakeholder and an active actor in this whole policy and politicking and everything, he should have known better. Now, one of the reasons why people should vote you in, apart from you having, majority of the vote, is based on what? Character and learning. Maybe, yes, you overreacted. Maybe, he didn't act within the confines of the aviation law and everything surrounding it. But let us look at it from this angle. When I say those in glass houses should not throw stones, it is no news that our national flight, or whatever it is, carrier, right, has gone below, call it just below rocks. Because if you look at it carefully, this is a private airline. They are struggling also. They are struggling with the inconsistent fuel price, obviously to affect aviation fuel also. They're struggling with epileptic power supply. They're struggling with the fact that the economy is tough. And so give and take, even if they have the money to float airlines, they are also owing money too, because sometimes they get these airlines from people who manufacture them and pay them instrumentally. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just saying, for instance, they also have their own challenges too. So as someone who is a senior government official, you already know that your national carrier has a problem. And so these other people are stepping in to help, local flights and international flights. But Airpeace is about the only flight, if not the only flight, but maybe one of that can fly internationally. They earn that because of their efficiency. The other areas where they have done excellently well. Now, he has looked beyond all that and forgot the fact that when I say don't throw stones when you live in glass houses, you're part of the government. What has happened to our own, national carrier? You were in it. Have you has he one way or the other made a direct complaint in the Senate or wherever it is about our national carrier? Now you're talking about a particular company that may be, delayed for 1 or 2 hours, as the case may be. What if it was a technical issue? You just heard in India that there was a plane crash. Look, these things can happen anywhere. Don't think we are avoid from it. Yes, we're very religious in this country. But what I'm trying to say is anything could have gone wrong. Why there was a delay? Now, pay extra money. I don't know if that is correct. But one thing for sure is that if we had our economy and the country doing very well, you will have a lot of options. I don't know if it was traveling abroad to, or maybe within the country.
I think it was a domestic flight.
But even at that, our national carrier also used to, back in the days, have domestic flights. So now this man has been able to make things happen in his own way. The owner of Airpeace, right? So that people can meet up their travels. And so you want to use your own veto power, quote and unquote, to make them look bad. There are other areas where they've done excellently well. But let's wait for that CCTV camera footage. That is one. On the other end, where I'm going to make a case for him, if he had decided to use a private jet, don't you think people will say, okay, he has money, so that's why he can fly whenever he is, and then squander money anyhow, and he'll be drawing EFCC to himself. Maybe he has the money to buy a private jet. Most definitely he should. He's a rich man. Okay? But maybe he was also trying to, to look all ordinary the way Peter Obi used to move around the country. You can never know what's going through the mind of our politicians. But one thing for sure is that in this case, if he was trying to play the card of being a good citizen, not necessarily a good citizen, but a patriotic citizen, by using our domestic and commercial flights like every other person, it backfired. Now that's backfired, and he now behaved, quote and unquote, allegedly they say he behaved badly. by making so much noise about it. I think there are other ways he could have gone about it. So it's a two-edged sword thing here. One, he was trying to patronize Airpeace so that he can, on his own, now say, truly, these guys are quite efficient. You know, maybe or maybe not. Secondly, on the other hand, and of course, it didn't come out well. On the other hand, Airpeace obviously might have their own challenges too. Remember, I just said there's economic, instability, right? The fuel prices are going, just inconsistent. And of course, cost of maintenance is there. What about salaries? In order for them not to shut down, look, to maintain efficiency, it's just this normal thing in economics. To maintain efficiency, something must suffer. And so maybe at that time, it was a human error. It could be something that had made, that flight not move as it went due.
But then he is saying that, they were exploiting, according to his own claims, he's saying that other people were allowed to this same flight, but they were only allowed after purchasing new tickets for as much as 250,000 naira.
Were they promised
it's an exploitation? Were they promised a refund? That's what I don't know at this time. That's what I don't know. Refund for what exactly?
Maybe for the first ticket that they bought.
I'm not sure.
Because if they're asked to pay another one, most definitely they'll say, look, we'll refund, but just so that you move, we'll put you in a different plane. It could be that case.
The details on that are not clear right now, but I guess this is a story that we'll have to just keep an eye on and just see how it pans out. Hopefully it's not one of those stories that, thinking about it here right now where I'm seated, I'm thinking, okay, so what next can happen? I mean, the flight has gone, it's gone. Can't we just focus on other things? But if they really need to look at the CCTV footage and whatever it is that needs to be done, I really don't know.
One more thing before we move to the
next.
What
would that do?
You see, let's see from this angle. The university also has a way of playing its own card.
Okay.
I know I just mentioned something I said was the plane crash in India.
Okay.
If there was a delay, probably that plane couldn't have crashed.
You're already looking for
anything can happen.
You're looking for the Nigerian perspective of
I'm trying to mitigate it.
Okay.
So in everything that we do, like the religious people will say,
there's a reason for everything.
Let us thank God, right?
Okay. Let's really thank God. But let's move to this last story. This is the story that is really, the one I really am keen on. Now, the federal government has directed all ministries, departments, and agencies to go fully digital by the end of 2025. According to the head of Civil Service, DD Walton Jack, this move is aimed at improving efficiency and reducing paperwork. She confirmed that her office has already transitioned to a paperless system and expect others to do the same. The digitalization process is part of a wider reform plan, including training civil servants to operate in a more modern, technology-driven environment. Let's see some of the reactions, and I'll get your reactions because you know what? I think it was about time for us to get, completely digital. Like, why are we still doing papers? It's not even good for the earth. Anyway, let's see some of the reactions. White Shark says, which electricity will you use in operating the computers from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.? They play, my fans. Let's see more reactions. Roland says they should provide the policies and tools that will make them go paperless. Has a point there as well. Faisal says, we know we are not fully ready to implement this, but we want to put Nigerians to go through unnecessary stress, frustration, and delay. Not a single ministry or agency operates digitally within 60% efficiency, but we just want to jump from A to Z. I mean, talking about pulling the cart before the horse. And then Al says, this is long overdue. I'm happy for this directive. Only thing that bothers me is the amount of money that will be budgeted for this. I mean, this is just a Nigerian being Nigerian, because really, you think about, I think one thing that comes with being Nigerian is you just think about the fact that even if they want to carry out policies or so-called, reforms that is for the benefit, quote, of the people, you just think about how some of the, the mago, let's use Nigerian, let me just calm down. You just think of all the mago that will take place, and then they will say, oh, it's like when the Aso Rock says they want to go fully, solar. You're just thinking about all the people that that will chop some money, and then all the monies that will get lost. So thinking about this one, I say, oh, paper, they'll form a committee now. Oh, the digital committee that is in charge of making sure that we go fully digital. And then there's somebody now that will be in charge of, they'll give some weird names and titles here and there, and then you just find monies going, just like every local government project. Roads, the roads remain the same way, but you go to, I'm sure you still go to companies, and you go to organizations, you go to offices, and then I don't mean private offices, I mean government offices, and they'll say, they've not given us our new allocation or chinlo paper, that kind of thing. So it's just worrisome when you think about it.
Again, as much as I don't want to say it should be, I will put it this way. If I have to speak for the public, I will say there is no country right now that is 100% digitalized such a way that papers are not being used. It is not possible. I will explain. This is technology. It has been, so scientists have said, because AI and every other thing and computers move fast and think fast and then do a lot of high-level storage for you, doesn't mean they can't crash. So if you solely say you're going 100% digitalized, remember this, as much as it's a great move, you're also creating far bigger space for you losing a lot of documents and losing a lot of information to hackers. There's some certain information that has to be on hard copy. Now, I'm not saying the copies wouldn't be, stored or maybe, like rightly said, digitalized, or computerized. Even at that, I think you should have a percentage. Say, look, we want to achieve 70%. Let 30% be kept on hard copy. So in an event where there's a serious, technological breach or something, you don't lose all your files. And then you slam the country into Stone Age. Even in America, they still keep hard facts and hard files. I was watching the other day on the news where I think was it the police chief or so of one American state was saying, look, that since 1990 they've been storing hard copy files of criminal records and narcotics and everything. It's still piled up there. It is now they want to start sourcing out the ones they don't need and set those ones ablaze and make everything digitalized such a way that they are 70% inclined, or put it 70% enabled, and 30% still kept under hard copy. So I understand if she wants to make a case, right? The lady who's in charge, saying we want all ministries to go all digitalized and everything. But like the commentator on X, they said, do we have the things on ground to support these things? 24 hours power supply will include and require solar panel. Most definitely, because this thing is running continuously. Even most of those portals, they tell you, go and register this, register that. After a while, the portals just shut off. Why? Because electricity is not running through, so it's not enough to sustain it. That's just one other thing. Another issue is that, look, if everything is 100% digitalized, it's not going to be bad, but trust me, you have to find a way to mitigate these things.
But I think that this is where platforms like, free ad for them, this is where platforms like Archive NG, so what they are trying to do is make sure that, all of our, paperwork, information and all of those things from the past, so they are modernizing it by making sure that they are keeping all of those files. But they are keeping it in a digital way. Do you understand? So there's a way to, I understand where you say, oh, you can't be completely eradicated, but what they are doing, if they work with, because we've seen how so many successful projects that come out successful in Nigeria, they have to collaborate with the private sector. So if they collaborate with an archive and then do things like partner with them in the work that they are doing, I think that we can have it. But pretty much 90%.
Okay, well, let's say 90%. But I want to find out something. What is driving this course? Is it that we're trying to save the planet?
Well,
because I don't think that's the case.
Maybe that's the case.
The only thing that I believe that will achieve will be that there will be less like you said, mago. But in this case, why? Because most of those paper, secret files, that can easily be manipulated. But when you have something where some key people have access to it, how do you want to, go and manipulate those ones in those digital spaces?
Like she said, it's to improve efficiency. It's to reduce paperwork, and also more so to also train the civil servants, because I think that's really important for us now, because
to make them more
we can't be enabled. It's a very we're a technology, like we say every time. This we're in a technology terrain right now, so you cannot afford to not at least know how to do this basic stuff around on digital platforms. So if this is also a way to equip them, just make them, they're still not coming and say, please fill this form. Do you know how frustrating that thing is? They give you forms. There's a place I went to, and then they gave me forms to fill, and I was like, it's been a while that I've had to. I still fill forms, but now this day you fill online, and even if you have to fill the hard copy, and maybe for some reason they want hard copy, which I don't even know the reason, maybe a 2-page or maybe maximum, then the last page maybe to just have agreement and then signature. There's 3, but they gave me like forms. I've never seen it. This was last year. I was like, in this day and age. And I'm like, there's a
benefit to that too.
What's the benefit to it?
And is your handwriting immense good? I don't think so.
It's actually worrisome, because I'm worried about the young people now. But do they still know how to write?
Look, back in the days then when we were in secondary school, apart from the fact that you get the answer correctly, you have a score for good handwriting. Recently, I was trying to write something like,
your handwriting has changed.
I said, what's my handwriting looking like kindergarten? Yes.
You're typing.
Either typing or so I'm like, you know what? I think as much as those forms are quite cumbersome and voluminous to fill, it will also help your handwriting to remain intact.
How many times do you fill those forms?
I just trying to make a case.
This is your case. How many times do you fill forms? So every day that I'll be going to that place and give me a form.
And by the way, look, the more you do something, the more it is lodged into your DNA. So when you have kids, you pass those DNA things to them. So whenever they do anything, they are good at it. Really, after all, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So
you've given us this your quote, but that's as much as we can take this morning on the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed it. We've had a very packed show this morning, from the news. We've gone to review the papers, and we've gone on to the big story where we talked about economics and then democracy and all of that. And now finally we've come to the social listening segment today, where we've also spoken about, we just finished speaking about eradicating paper and moving to a digitalized economy. We've also spoken about
some people delaying other flights.
People delaying flights.
They are people of interest.
Absolutely. And then our first story was speaking to am I forgetting?
Not at all. I mean, you got it right. We spoke about the digitalization.
That was the last one.
We spoke about Moshomole, and the first one was about, what was it again?
Why are we forgetting that?
But I'm sure they got it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for watching the social listening segment. Thank you for watching the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Anyaka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
And bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiments, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, we will dive into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
President Muhammadu Buhari on June 6, 2018 declared that Nigeria's Democracy Day will now be celebrated on June 12th rather than May 29th. The goal of this action was to commemorate Chief MKO Abiola and everyone who lost their lives in the struggle for civilian government return. This announcement came 25 years after the nation held an election that was lauded by both democratic, domestic, and international observers as the fairest and most freest. But what has the journey yielded? 1. Increased political space that give room for political parties, open civil spaces, greater freedom of expression, and the right to question government policies. 2. Improved electoral processes. 3. Separation of powers. The three arms of government theoretically provide checks and balances, offering a different dynamic from military regime. And job creation. The pains. Number 1, corruption. 2, widespread of insecurity plagued the nation. 3, poverty and unemployment. 4, ethno-religious conflicts. 5, weak institutions and rule of law. 6, electoral malpractices. And 7, disconnected governance.
I just want to emphasize that for all the shared strategic interests between Nigeria and the United States of America, President Clinton and myself share a common view that is based on human welfare, human development, and human well-being in both our countries, our continents, and throughout the world.
All of us in the American delegation know that after so many years of despair and plunder, your journey has not been easy. But we are also committed to working with the people of Nigeria to help build stronger institutions, improve education, fight disease, crime, and corruption, ease the burden of debt, and promote trade and investment in a way that brings more of the benefits of prosperity to people who have embraced democracy.
Over the years, Nigeria's democracy has been significantly influenced by international actors. Where they promote liberal democracy, the Western nations, particularly the US, actively promote democratic governance in Nigeria through various strategies, including funding civil society organizations, supporting electoral bodies, provide significant aid for governance, security, and development. However, many Nigerians, both home and abroad, have argued that this Western style of democracy has oversimplified the complex realities and can lead to instability when not adapted to Nigerian context, with concerns about dominance and the imposition of external will. So beyond the political rhetoric and academic debates, what do ordinary Nigerians on the street truly think about the gift of democracy?
Gbogbo ohun tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí a bá ti ní good leader wàhálà ni o. Àwa yìí sì àwa ti dàgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ wa àwọn youth yẹn gangan là ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún kí ìjọba yìí ìjọba Tinubu tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí kó síjú àánú wò wá. Ebi pọ̀, ebi táwọn yìí ti pọ̀ jù because tẹ́ ẹ bá ra rice 1,000 naira kò lè bẹ̀lẹ̀ fún kí ẹ tiẹ̀ lè yó ẹ ní mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹun. So káwá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán nílé ìwé èló la fẹ́ máa fún wọn lọ èló gan làwa gan rí èdè. So kí wọ́n jọ torí tọ́lọ́run kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ wọ́n help àwa mẹ̀kúnnù kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Every Lagos State taxi driver and cab operator vote for Abiola by that time, and I know that the elections go peacefully. After they are not the election, there's a serious riot. Since that time, we don't enjoy this Nigeria because agbára wa ò dé òkè, àwa ò dé lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá sí agbára wa ò dọ́dọ̀ president, so kò dọ́dọ̀ chairman local government. But ìbò ló tún bọ̀ yìí sí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká dìbò fáwọn kí àwọn náà ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n rántí pé mẹ̀kúnnù ló ń dìbò so tá a bá wá dìbò yẹn tán tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé tán wọ́n ò rántí wa mọ́.
In another time, I think was also good. So when he left there now we want know what Jonathan has done. Jonathan is okay. When Buhari come, they say Buhari is bad. Buhari has gone again now. Some people are saying Tinubu is so that's how the system of democracy in Nigeria is. But I prefer the democracy, civil government and military rule.
Democracy have not, for me, has not favored me. Because since the day from the beginning of since I would grow up, I have not seen anything significant they do for us. They always fight for their pockets. All they do is just themselves. And if they promise you I will do this when I get there, when I get there it's just about themselves. From councillor to president, they are all the same. There's nothing different among them. They are just fighting for their pockets.
So well, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the question, a Trojan horse or not, remains unanswered. The gift of democracy has brought freedoms, but also exposed deep-seated challenges of governance, corruption, and inequality that still lingers on. But again, it is a journey still unfolding, demanding constant vigilance, accountability, and renewed commitment from both leaders and citizens to truly unlock its potential and ensure it serves the many, not just the few. So, the power and indeed the burden of shaping Nigeria's democratic future lies with all of us.
Would you say that democracy has favored you, or would you have preferred military regime? Onyeka Valentine is my name, BDTV. Until next time, let's enjoy where we are.
are watching Business Day Television.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fagbole, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the Boa Group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it, and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that, will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? I say, I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. But okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies, and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen.
Vice Chairman of the No Takafu Insurance Limited, Mr. Aminu Tuku, also threw light on how non-conventional insurance models can support market expansion during his presentation. The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversation, which underscored the urgent need for collaboration and innovation to grow Nigeria's insurance industry. Some of the attendees and speakers shared their key takeaways from the event, offering perspective on how the sector can remain competitive and inclusive in a fast-changing world.
And from the session today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking, we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day.
The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is, they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
The event concluded with a network session offering stakeholders an opportunity to forge partnerships and exchange ideas for the future of insurance in Nigeria. This is Indigwe Ifunaya reporting for BusinessDay TV.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing, We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estates. But we also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long would this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
Essentially, contactless payments is still very new at the infancy stage in Nigeria. But as RedTech, we're quite forward-thinking organization. And what we'll be contributing to this is enabling payments, essentially between POS terminals and mobile app technologies. The expectation is that based on the ecosystem, where we have a lot of actors, RegTech being a fintech company as well, will be taking a lead in driving contactless payment so that we can help to power confidence amongst other players such as commercial banks and consumers in the ecosystem. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, Business Day. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry. RegTech originally started as a purely ICT company. And what I mean by ICT is software licensing, OEM reseller. We were a representative of over 23 international OEM brands in Nigeria, supporting the financial industry, other financial institutions, and also energy sector. But today, as a company, we have evolved into financial service space where we provide fintech.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On the show this morning, we shift our attention to the Nigerian FX scene with BDC's Bureau de Changes being the center focus today. June 3rd was meant to be the deadline for the recapitalization of BDCs in Nigeria, but today is June the 13th, 10 days later. When we are back from the break, we are going to be expounding on the BDC recapitalization. Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. So in May 2024, the CBN released a comprehensive set of guidelines for BDCs, including one on their minimum capital requirement. According to the guidelines, Tier 1 BDCs had a minimum capital requirement of 2 billion, while Tier 2 BDCs had a minimum capital requirement of 500 million naira. Existing BDCs were given till June the 3rd, 2025 to raise this capital. However, as of June the 3rd, it is reported that only about 5% of existing BDCs have raised these funds, leaving the fate of the remaining 95% hanging in limbo. Apart from the recapitalization, the CBN guideline was a 52-page detailed document detailing to the T how BDCs are expected to operate in Nigeria. The issue now is, are these BDCs at the risk of closure? Undoubtedly, BDCs are like the engine room of the retail FX scene in Nigeria. They are basically the parallel market where the bulk of retail FX transactions happen in Nigeria. How will a closure of about 90% of the BDCs affect the exchange rate in the country? Can banks effectively step in and fill up their space? This and more is what we'll be discussing on the show this morning. On the show this morning, we have Alhaji Aminu Gwadabe, the president of the Association of the Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, APCON. Good morning and welcome to Business Day TV. Good morning, Alhaji Aminu.
Good morning, Business Day, and happy Democracy Day.
Yes.
And congratulations for your rating.
Thank you. So, sir, we're going to start right away. The first thing I want to ask is, what is the update in your negotiations with the CBN? So there was a deadline that there was a rumor of deadline extension, but the CBN has come out to deny this rumor. So what's the update?
Well, the update is that the CBN have come out to disclaim the media preemptiveness of the extension of 6 months, and they made it clear that the deadline is sacrosanct. However, we are believing in the mantra of the central bank, diversity in collaboration in diversity. We are collaborating with them. We are talking, yes. It's for the Central Bank of Nigeria to come out with guidelines as our operators is to cast doubt. So this is where we are. We are not losing hope because we believe the timing is not malicious, because across the financial industries, the least we have seen as a tenor, or period within which you can recapitalize is 18 months ranging to 2 years. The microfinance bank recapitalized with a period of 18 months. The banks are recapitalizing with a period of 2 years. So we are hopeful that the engagement will still be a fruitful one. But as it is now, it is a deadline that has come to stay.
Okay. So basically, when you are saying it's a deadline that has come to stay, one follow-up question I have is, so what about those that have not yet recapitalized, that have not yet met that requirement yet? What is their fate?
That is the elephant in the house, in terms of the problem. Like you rightly said, there are many challenges for many of us to meet up with the compliance with the deadline, ranging from the capital requirements, prudential guidelines, and some of the clauses even in the guideline. So it is unfortunate. It is an atmosphere enveloped by worries, sadness. I can imagine where millions of people are going to lose their job. 1 out of every 10 Nigerian, one way or the other, patronize a bureau de change operator, irrespective of whether it's licensed or an unlicensed operator. So you can see the quantum of what is going to happen, especially in terms of livelihood, in terms of employment, both direct and indirect employment. It's really a worrisome situation. Many of our members are sad, not happy with the situation.
Okay. Sir, I'm hopeful that the CBN is interested in the tribe of BDCs. Like,
right.
what are some of the ripple effects of this shutdown, of this portending shutdown of these BDCs? What are general scale? What are the ripple effects?
First, I think the objective is to ensure liquidity in the market. That is one of the main reasons why you have BDCs in the market. Okay. Also to help in closing the gap. 3, the BDC remain the most potent, effective tool of the CBN transmission mechanism policy. The CBN, the bureau de change, the market is in 3 levels, where you have the first level being the regulator and the market maker. You also have the wholesale traders, which is the banks, and you have the retail end level, which is the bureau de change. So they are the gatekeepers, and they help in many ways in ensuring the achievement of the central bank policy. So shutting them down will mean creating disruptions in some of these roles the BDC will be playing in meeting the critical retail end needs of the market, because it creates competition. They also create price discovery. They create visibility. So shutting down will definitely affect liquidity, will affect their visibility, will affect their role in ensuring the fulfillment of the central bank monetary policy in terms of foreign exchange stability.
This is a serious challenge that we may have to face terms with. But one question I have now is, what are the specific challenges that BDC operators have faced in raising this capital? What are some of the challenges they have come in contact with?
You see, unfortunately, we are worried because the model presently is like a bank model whereby it's being hung on the BDC neck. What I mean by bank model, a BDC is just like a bookshop. Most of us have traveled abroad. Imagine at the airport, you see just a small kiosk operating a BDC. So you are now challenging that BDC to say that come up with 500 million for a level, for a state level, and then 2 billion for national level. We made some researches internationally. We found that jurisdictions like Kenya, their capitalization is $50,000. That is about 90 million, thereabout. Also, we have looked into Uganda. Their capitalization is $15,000. I was in Paris 2 days ago. I entered into one bureau de change. I was trying to make some inquiries, and I was meant to realize, yes, they are into categories like what we are trying to do now, ranges between 40,000 euro, which is about also 100 million naira. So in other countries, European countries, there is no even restrictions on capital. In other African countries, also such is not adopted by them. So we believe the policy is not meant to strangulate the bureau de change. Yes, it's meant to ensure their capacity, to ensure their corporate governance, and that we must choose in what we want to achieve. Currently, the issue is not even capital requirement. It's about reporting. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, the central bank, lose about 5,000 suspicious transactions daily as a result of non-reporting of entities. This is a market that, apart from the retail, because there are some misunderstanding, which I want to make clear, there is the issue of generalization. Most at times, the media, the public, even you, I heard you talking about parallel market. Yes, parallel markets in FX means an unregulated market. The BDC are regulated.
Yes.
So there are many players in the market, and I want to also give the context here. Even the unparalleled space, this is a market that developed even before the independence of Nigeria, and millions of players are there. Recently, we have been seeing also in fintech, where they are doing FX trading, even though not part of their scope, but they do it as a treasury transactions. So it's good, like I said, we should look at reporting as critical than financial requirement.
So now back to the question. It seems like, is it that since the guidelines were made, I think since the guidelines were made, BDCs have begun to put in efforts to raise the capital. But what are the challenges they are hitting? What are the roadblocks that they are hitting along the way in raising those capital? We'll still come back to the question of the other requirements, because I read through a document and I discovered that there was a long list, including the use of now having to have a board and the executive directors, non-executive directors, and all of those other things. But for the capital part, what are some of the challenges that BDC operators are reporting to the association as their challenge?
We all know it is a high jump.
Yes.
We're talking of how many percentage increase from 35 million to 500 million.
Wow.
So you can see it's not easy in an economy whereby, and two, you cannot get loan. Three, there is no intervention support. We have seen where banks were supported to at least make them operational.
Yes.
We have seen where airlines have been given intervention funds to continue their operations. And also, the regulation did not allow you to borrow money. So this is a big challenge. It's not easy to wake up and say you want to raise 500 million. Two, some of the benefits that you as an investor will look at in other clients in terms of margin, the margin is between 6 to 12%. And we are always forced to charge 1%. So with 1% on 500 million, you can imagine how many years it will take you to recover your money. So investors are worried that even the treasury bond that we have is about 22, 25%, 27%. So why am I coming to invest in a business that I will be forced to make 1%? Also, the threshold. Our threshold, the max you can do is $5,000. Like I make inference in Paris, I was asking what is the minimum an individual can buy. They told me it's 25,000 euro. They hear the maximum is 5,000. So imagine how 500 million you cannot sell even up to $10,000 to your customer. That is really a very huge challenge. I've also heard you talking of some of the prudential guidelines. You know, it's like I said, to us, we are not a deposit taker. We don't grant loan. It's just a transactions that we are doing, and we make margin. So whereby you are coming to pay 500 million to do a bookshop transaction is really a very, very difficult one. We are also talking about the prudential guidelines. Yes, of course, the purpose of the policy is to enhance corporate governance. That is accepted, and it's a welcome idea. Definitely, like I said, the BDC, they are the gatekeepers, and their operation affects the financial industry generally. So regulating them, empowering them, enhancing their capacity is a welcome idea. But while we are doing that, like I said, we have to be circumspect of what are the unintended consequences that will follow after.
So one question I have, sir, because one question I have is ABCON now in are you negotiating with the CBN, or before those guidelines were made, was there any back and forth, was there any interaction between the association and the CBN? Because when you look at it, raising some of the concerns you have made, it does not seem logical that the CBN will put all of those kind of requirements on small, because BDC operators can also be termed as small business owners. Has there been any back and forth interaction? Was there any dialogue or any seminar or summit where you guys came together? Were you informed before these guidelines were put in place?
To be fair to the central bank, there are a lot of engagement. I can't even count the number of times we had meetings. But most of the time, we don't come out laughing. You know, when you have a meeting, closed door meeting, and you come out laughing, it means you tell yourself the truth. So the issue there, the CBN have been inviting us for engagement. We have been putting all these fears. They look at some of them. Before, when the policy came, there is even a compulsory deposit of about 50 million. So when we push our argument, like we are not a deposit taker, after putting 500 million, you are expected to keep also 50 million naira a compulsory deposit. They look at that one and they remove that clause, but every other clause remain. So we appreciate that. And like I said, we believe the engagement is a continuous one. They are human beings. And the present management of the central bank, like I said, they have what we call collaboration in diversity. Unfortunately, you know, the CBN is our lord, so to say.
They're your regulators.
They are our regulators. So we have little power. You know, one of the former chairman of the bank is saying if you want to commit a suicide, you should have a conflict with your regulator. So we are not conflicting. We are following them with adequate respect and listening. And their doors are open to us. But however, we believe there is still a lot of things that the CBN can still grant us, especially the extension, so as to meet some of our strategy session. As soon as the circular is out, we'll move around the zone where we have our members, call for strategy session to look at the best way we can go around it. One of it is merger. You know, unfortunately, merger not only in BDC sector, in the entire our side here, I mean the African side, you find it difficult for people to agree to merge. It's unlike advanced client, where you see there is merger, there is numbers of people owning businesses. Here, most people perception is a business that some people even inherited it for over 100 years in Nigeria. So it's seen as a personal business. So this is one of the challenges for mergers and acquisition. And like I've told you, you cannot look for loan. So we also propose whereby the policy also elucidated even having a PLC as a bureau de change company. So we look at that strategy and, okay, discuss with our members. We know many of you will not meet this date, and capitalization. How do we come together and ensure that you are all inclusive? Because it's about inclusiveness. So we agreed to follow that route as a compliance entities. The first we did, we made a visit to SEC, and we were told for them to allow us play as a PLC and also as a financial entity. We must get the no objection of the central bank. That is only when we can start putting structures. We have written to the central bank. We wrote reminders on that. This is one of our strategies to ensure there is inclusiveness, there is continuity of job, there is continuity of livelihood, there is continuity, especially of reporting. And also, we have given the CBN a proposal in terms of a unified market. You see, associations, industry self-regulators, we provide, some necessary support to the regulators, to the security agencies. So we put all that let us ensure that our members don't lose their businesses, and also you as a regulator, you continue to get what you wanted as a regulatory requirement, more especially in terms of reporting.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We are far ahead of our time. But it's been a very positive and insightful conversation with you this morning on economy and markets. Thank you so much.
With a pleasure.
Yes, sir. So our viewers, we are leaving the table open for further information about the BDC recapitalization and the structures that BDCs will put in place over the coming months till the end of 2025.
It's a journey. It's a journey, not a station. So we expect some positive development.
Thank you, Alhaji Aminu Gwadabe, the president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria. Have a lovely weekend. Good morning. I'm David Olujimi.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
And bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiment, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, we will dive into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
President Muhammadu Buhari on June 6, 2018 declared that Nigeria's Democracy Day will now be celebrated on June 12th rather than May 29th. The goal of this action was to commemorate Chief MKO Abiola and everyone who lost their lives in the struggle for civilian government return. This announcement came 25 years after the nation held an election that was lauded by both democratic, domestic, and international observers as the fairest and most freest. But what has the journey yielded? 1. Increased political space that give room for political parties, open civil spaces, greater freedom of expression, and the right to question government policies. 2. Improved electoral processes. 3. Separation of powers. The three arms of government theoretically provide checks and balances, offering a different dynamic from military regime. And job creation. The pains. Number 1, corruption. 2, widespread of insecurity plagued the nation. 3, poverty and unemployment. 4, ethno-religious conflicts. 5, weak institutions and rule of law. 6, electoral malpractices. And 7, disconnected governance.
I just want to emphasize that for all the shared strategic interests between Nigeria and the United States of America, President Clinton and myself share a common view that is based on human welfare, human development, and human well-being in both our countries, our continents, and throughout the world.
All of us in the American delegation know that after so many years of despair and plunder, your journey has not been easy. But we are also committed to working with the people of Nigeria to help build stronger institutions, improve education, fight disease, crime, and corruption, ease the burden of debt, and promote trade and investment in a way that brings more of the benefits of prosperity to people who have embraced democracy.
Over the years, Nigeria's democracy has been significantly influenced by international actors. Where they promote liberal democracy, the Western nations, particularly the US, actively promote democratic governance in Nigeria through various strategies, including funding civil society organizations, supporting electoral bodies, provide significant aid for governance, security, and development. However, many Nigerians, both home and abroad, have argued that this Western style of democracy has oversimplified the complex realities and can lead to instability when not adapted to Nigerian context, with concerns about dominance and the imposition of external will. So beyond the political rhetoric and academic debates, what do ordinary Nigerians on the street truly think about the gift of democracy?
Gbogbo ohun tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí a bá ti ní good leader wàhálà ni o. Àwa yìí sì àwa ti dàgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ wa àwọn youth yẹn gangan là ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún kí ìjọba yìí ìjọba Tinubu tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí kó síjú àánú wò wá. Ebi pọ̀, ebi táwọn yìí ti pọ̀ jù because tẹ́ ẹ bá ra rice 1,000 naira kò lè bẹ̀lẹ̀ fún kí ẹ tiẹ̀ lè yó ẹ ní mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹun. So káwá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán nílé ìwé èló la fẹ́ máa fún wọn lọ èló gan làwa gan rí èdè. So kí wọ́n jọ torí tọ́lọ́run kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ wọ́n help àwa mẹ̀kúnnù kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Every Lagos State taxi driver and cab operator vote for Abiola by that time, and I know that the election is go peacefully. After they announced the election, there's a serious riot. Since that time, we don't enjoy this Nigeria.
Because agbára wa ò dé òkè àwa ò dé lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe wá sí agbára wa ò dọ́dọ̀ president so kò dọ́dọ̀ chairman local government but ìbò ló tún bọ̀ yìí sí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká dìbò fáwọn kí àwọn náà ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n rántí pé mẹ̀kúnnù ló ń dìbò so tá a bá wá dìbò yẹn tán tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé tán wọ́n ò rántí wa mọ́.
In the other time, I think was also good. So when he left there now we want know what Jonathan has done. If Jonathan can if Jonathan is okay, when Buhari come, they say Buhari is bad. Buhari has gone again now. Some people are saying Tinubu is so that's how the system of democracy in Nigeria is. But I prefer the democracy, civil government and military rule.
Democracy have not, for me, has not favored me. Because since the day from the beginning of since I would grow up, I have not seen anything significant they do for us. They always fight for their pockets. All they do is just themselves. And if they promise you I will do this when I get there, when I get there, when I get there is just about themselves. From councillor to president, they are all the same. There's nothing different among them. They are just fighting for their pockets.
So well, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the question, a Trojan horse or not, remains unanswered. The gift of democracy has brought freedoms, but also exposed deep-seated challenges of governance, corruption, and inequality that still lingers on. But again, it is a journey still unfolding, demanding constant vigilance, accountability, and renewed commitment from both leaders and citizens to truly unlock its potential and ensure it serves the many, not just the few. So, the power and indeed the burden of shaping Nigeria's democratic future lies with all of us. Would you say that democracy has favored you, or would you have preferred military regime? Onyeka Valentine is my name, BDTV. Until next time, let's enjoy where we are.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have only one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far. They cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. Because a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people will know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful afternoon. Let's see what's making the headlines. Iran and Israel conflict pushes crude price above Nigeria's budget's benchmark. Federal government to revoke dormant oil licenses into new policy. Nigeria's parliament becoming powerless, Saraki warns. Air India flight makes emergency landing in Thailand after bomb threat. Victor Osimhen to stay at Galatasaray as permanent talks begin. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where military escalation between Israel and Iran has triggered a spike in global crude prices, pushing Brent crude above $75 a barrel, a threshold beyond Nigeria's 2025 budget benchmark of $75 per barrel. This surge comes amid regional confrontation in decades, boosting Nigeria's outlook and improving revenue prospects for Africa's top oil exporter. According to reports, Brent oil futures for July delivery gained over 9%, trading at $75.1 per barrel, the highest price since early February. West Texas Intermediate crude futures also increased to $74 per barrel, posting a 10% increase at their peak. Moving on, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has revealed that it is set to implement its drill or drop policy affecting dormant oil producers. The chief executive of the NUPLC, Gbenga Komolafe, revealed this while receiving a delegation from the Independent Petroleum Producers Group at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja recently. According to a statement by the NUPLC, Komolafe insists that oil and gas producers must either begin production within a specified time frame or relinquish their licenses. The NUPLC boss added that the policy will revitalize the oil sector, ensuring optimal use of assets and boosting government revenue. To end the local news, former Senate President Bukola Saraki has expressed concern over the diminishing role of the National Assembly. In his words, the parliament is gradually becoming a shadow of what a virile and effective parliament should be. Saraki revealed this comment in a Democracy Day statement, criticizing how Nigeria's parliament has lost much of its power and independence. The former Senate president argues that Nigeria's National Assembly no longer works as a truly independent institution, alleging that both the presidency and courts have played significant roles in undermining Parliament's authority. And on the foreign scene, an Air India flight heading from Thailand's Phuket Island to New Delhi was forced to make an emergency landing on Friday, 13th of June, shortly after takeoff because of an on-board bomb threat. This incident becomes a day after a London-bound Air India passenger jet crashed in the Indian city of Ahmedabad, killing 265 people on board and the ground. The Thailand airport authorities revealed that the pilot of the Airbus A320 radioed air traffic control the bomb threat message found on board. The flight tracking website shows the Phuket flight making a U-turn over the Andaman Sea soon after takeoff, circling multiple times off the island coast before landing. To end the news, Turkish sports journalist Omar Farouk has revealed that Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen has been convinced to remain at Galatasaray beyond the current transfer window. Despite strong interest from top European clubs, Osimhen appears set to continue with the Turkish champions after a successful loan spell last season. According to Özkan, Galatasaray president Abdullah Kavuku is engaging in transfer negotiations with Napoli to secure the 26-year-old on a permanent deal. Well, that does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng. You are watching Business Day Television.